Good morning. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Larry Clay, and I'll be chairing today's session. Panel members today are Gary McCabe, Paul Gogan, Peter Reid, and Nazilla West, and our Deputy Secretary Treasurer is Sabrina Salatino. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on as a traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 of the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer or telephone and have the option of Sorry about that, folks. And have the option of participating via video or audio only. When your item is called, you'll be Okay. When your item is called, you'll be unmuted by the moderator. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision on the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for decision by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or, in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Today, I'll call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. Any presentations or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to those matters outlined in the application. And the applicant or agent will proceed first and make a presentation to the committee. Then, individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we call on speakers in the hearing room first, and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they finish their presentation, and when all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any minutes to confirm for adoption?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. Yes, the February 12th hearing, the minutes are ready for adoption.
Great. Can I get a motion from someone? Mr. Gogan moves to approve the minutes, seconded by Mr. McCabe. All in favor? Those minutes are adopted. Are there any declarations of interest in the morning session? Staff, panel members, seeing none. Are there any deferral requests for this morning?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do actually have two deferral requests, but before I get to that, there is one application that is requesting to withdraw their application and close, and that is item number 13, 207 Pearson Avenue, file number A1023/24 TEY. The owner of the property is here in person, so we could have her approach the podium.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
You are 207 Pearson Avenue?
Yes.
Okay, you're seeking a withdrawal?
Yes.
And if I could have your name and address, please.
Yes. My name is Nilu Gaimi.
Have you got is your microphone on?
Yes, I think so. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, that's better, thanks.
My name is Nilu Gaimi. I live at 207 Pearson Avenue, and we put in a request to withdraw the application due to unforeseen circumstances. The project is no longer financially feasible for us.
Okay, that's great. Thanks very much. All right, panel members?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. We did have 3 registered speakers in interest for this application. So maybe what we can just do is unmute them. They are virtual.
Okay.
Just so they understand that the applicant is here in person requesting to withdraw and close the file.
Okay.
So at this time, we'll unmute the owner at 209 Pearson Avenue.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning. Hi, Nilu. I didn't realize that we'd have an opportunity to speak.
No, it's just, just for the record, if we could have your name and address, please?
Yep, my name is Mary Kate Rose. I live at 209 Pearson Avenue, just west of 207.
Great. You understand that the applicant is asking to withdraw or remove the application?
Yep.
So do I need to get their consent? No. It's just for information only. So thank you for calling in, but we won't be dealing with this item today.
No problem. Thank you so much for having me.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, we'll unmute the owner at 205 Pearson Avenue.
Good morning.
Adrian, you've been unmuted.
Oh, hello. My name is Adrian Popovich. I'm owner of 205 Pearson, immediately east of the 207 lot.
Thank you, sir, for calling in and participating, but you've heard the applicant is withdrawing their application today, so this is just FYI.
Thank you.
They will be removing their application today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, we'll unmute the owner at 211 Pearson Avenue.
Good morning, Mr. Boley.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Bowley is no longer on the call.
Okay, that's great. All right, thank you all. Panel, can I get a motion to withdraw this application? Peter?
Sure, Chair. I'll move a motion to withdraw. I also wanted to just say of the applicant, I think this was a very sensitively designed application. I thought it was very good.
Okay. Moved by Mr. Reed, seconded by Ms. West. All in favor? Approved. Your application is withdrawn. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are 2 deferral requests that we can get to. The first one is item number 2, 1407 Queen Street West, file number A0596/24 TY, and item number 17, 35 Four Oaks Gate, file number A1043/24 TEY.
Great, thank you. I'll read number 2 into the record. This is 1407 Queen Street West. The committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, and site-specific bylaw affecting the subject property. We have staff report from community planning, 30 form letters in support for this application. We also have correspondence and concern from 1399 Queen Street West, Unit 2, and from 1429 Queen Street West.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Thank you.
Andre, you've been unmuted.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
It's Andre Sherman here.
Name and address, please, sir.
It's Andre Sherman, and the address is 10 Mount Pleasant Avenue, Whitby, Ontario.
Great. You are seeking a deferral today?
And that is correct.
And the reason for it?
The reason for it is that we have reviewed the contents of the planning department planning report, and we do need additional time to be able to discuss it with the owner and have the owner inform us of their plans for this application, and to see how we can reconsider it at a later date.
Great, thank you. No speakers panel. Can I get a motion to defer this one? Mr. Gogan, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? You have your deferral, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sabrina, what was the next one?
Through you, Mr. Chair, item number 17.
Hang on a second. Okay, item number 17, 35 Four Oaks Gate. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, and a deferral request from the agent.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members. My name is Peter Vazikas of Empire Design Company, representing the owners of 35 Four Oaks Gate.
And you're seeking a deferral. What's the reason?
We were unable to have the sign posted within the time limitation, sir. And as well, there was one document that was unsigned, which was delivered at the last minute.
Okay, so that's improper notification. That's pretty much automatic. Panel, can I get a motion to defer this one? Ms. West?
Yes, motion to defer the application.
Okay, seconded. Mr. McCabe, all in favor? You have your deferral, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay. All right.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can now move to item number 1.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to take, Sabrina, indulge me, just take a half a second just to get my computer
Yes.
set up properly. Sorry, panel. Okay. Guys, when you get a sec, someone can just give me a little help here. All right. We'll move to item number 1. 25 Grant Street, this is an application to construct a two-story ancillary building containing one laneway suite and a green roof in the rear yard abutting the laneway. There'll be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot. 1 parking space pad will be abutting Clark Street. Committee has before it a comp plan, a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Arborist report, we have a staff report from Urban Forestry, and Metrolink staff report, and materials in opposition from 23 Grant Street.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person and 2 registered speakers online.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the committee for hearing this. My name is Jason Halter, 37 Margaretta Street, Toronto, and speaking on behalf of 25 Grant Street.
Great. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thanks. This is a kind of a unique site. First of all, a quick background. We've been working on this as a laneway suite proposal for some years. The site, which is quite unique, has a site plan as a sort of a T-shaped property. That means that the property 25 Grant Street has this unique back end of site. Our proposed building sits off the lane by 1.5 meters, according to Transportation Services requirement. So it's really quite a small floor plate of about just under 40 square meters. So the building itself is just about 800 square meters. The requirement for a parking spot has been afforded in this scheme. And although the building abuts the west and south side to the lot line, we have provided access for the fire or fire hydrant and access to back of house. And we did receive let's say, a recommendation from the committee a few weeks ago to potentially remove 1.5 meters of the second floor on the property west side, which I guess would abut the 23 Grant and 25. Unfortunately, because this is such a small floor plate, and because I specialize in timber construction, and this would make it a very untenable construction, and in fact, wouldn't allow us circulation, et cetera. It was difficult to afford, and so I was unable to resubmit drawings to reflect that. I have, however, come up with a solution where there would be a partial angular plane on the property, which would face 23. So what you see there in that last elevation as a block face could be an angular plane at the 4-meter mark. We could propose a fence and some perhaps metal siding of a coloration, and even some planting to allow for a more amenable back of face for the 23 Grant Street. That would be a concession. It's a design concession. Doesn't affect the variances as requested. That's my presentation.
Sir, you've seen the forestry report seeking a deferral on this application?
No, I haven't.
Okay, we do have a forestry report, which is asking the committee to defer this application so that further discussions can be held on the treatment of the trees on the property.
There is a tree on the 23 Grant Street property. Our arborist was willing to, as part of the recommendation, would be present in the event that during excavation there were any roots present. That arborist would be present for excavation and do the associated careful trimming if there would be a root in that location. There's another adjacent tree on the corner of our property, which is an old Manitoba maple, which was actually being supported by an old garage, which fell in on itself, and therefore the Manitoba maple on our property, as according to our arborist, was subject to removal without any question.
So in your excavation, is your plan to hand excavate and use helical piles?
It would be to hand excavate and to carefully trim any roots that would be in adjacency to the foundation itself. The foundation is just a 4-foot, 4.5-foot perimeter foundation for the basement portion of that house. If the recommendation of the committee is to instead implement a helical pile for the corner of that property location, I would be happy to entertain that as a
The
solution.
panel's going to hear from people who have some opposition, but they're also
Okay.
going to be considering forestry's report seeking a deferral. So,
Understood.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, panel members of the speaker? Okay, we'll have our first.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll unmute the owner at 23 Grant Street.
Good morning.
Chris, you've been unmuted.
Can everyone hear me? I can't.
Yes, yes, we can hear you. If we could have your name and address, please. Hello?
So I won't take 5 minutes of your time.
Sorry, before you start, sir, your name and address for the record.
Yeah, it's Chris Grisdale at 23 Grant Street.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay. I won't take a full 5 minutes of everyone's time. My concern is really with respect to the trees. There are 2 large trees in the back corner of our backyard, one that is fully on our property and 21 Grant Street, and one that, in our view, is a shared tree between 25 Grant and our property. When we received the materials, including the arborist report from 25 Grant, we had some concerns. The arborist report is from 2021, and it didn't quite reflect a number of things. So currently on the screen, if we could turn to the arborist report submitted by 25 Grant, it was just up on the screen. Do we have the arborist report from 25?
Yep, hang on a sec, sir. We're just pulling it up.
Sure.
It's item E4.
Sorry, do we have it?
Yeah, we're just having a little bit of a technical issue, but we'll pull it up shortly.
There.
Okay, so I can't, it would be helpful to see it, but if you pull up the report that 25, oh, there we go, that 25 Grant submitted, you'll see that this silver maple that they put in that report is about midway through our property. It's the backyard. If you can see it, it's put sort of midway through the backyard. That's not the case. That silver maple is not in that location. The silver maple is very, very close to the property that's seeking to be developed. So that silver maple, yes, exactly, is sort of midway through that property in their report. But if you turn up our report, which is the materials in opposition H3D, and you scroll down to the plan. So if you...
Sorry, sir, we're just experiencing some technical challenges here. Bear with us.
Okay, so you see it there. This is rotated, but we have the correct. Sorry, it's not there now.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it seems like the file is fairly large, so we're just having some issues loading it. If the speaker could just speak to what the concern is. We do have the plans in front of us.
Okay, so what's happened here is an arborist report has been submitted to injure a very large tree in our backyard. It has 3 stems. It's quite mature. That arborist report puts the tree in the middle of our backyard. It is not in the middle of our backyard. It is almost beside the fence that represents the barrier between our backyard and the property that's seeking to be developed. Our arborist report also indicates that both trees are healthy. And that the tree so they're seeking to take down one tree that is T4 in their arborist report. That tree is healthy. That is a border tree. And they're seeking to injure our tree, which abuts with 21, which is a very, very, it has 3 large stems, and it is extremely close. In that image, it is extremely close to where they're seeking to develop the property. I know I only have 16 seconds left or 15 seconds left. All I'll say is that we're not opposed to a laneway house being developed in principle. We quite like our neighbor. We think a solution here might be to move the parking from Clark Street to behind our backyard to protect the trees. And so, like, I think that there is a way that, we can do both things, both sort of develop the property as well as protect the trees, which are healthy trees and are extremely close to the area seeking to be developed.
Great. Thank you very much, sir. Panel, any questions? Nope. We have our next speaker.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will unmute the owner at 21 Grant Street.
Good morning, Mr. Sanborn.
Yes, good morning. My name is David Chase Sanborn, and I live at 21 Grant Street. Our concern is also the tree, and specifically the silver maple, which essentially lays on the property line between us and 23. So the concerns are similar to what Chris just laid out. We have the opinion of his arborist report, which was put in. Also, our neighbor to the opposite side at 19 is an arborist who worked on that tree, and in both of their opinions, is that if this construction goes as planned, that tree is in almost certain danger of dying down the road, at which point we not only lose yet another large canopy tree, but we also then have a very dangerous situation with that tree, which would then be behind a new structure. And I note that Urban Forestry has requested a deferral, and so I'll be very interested to hear their opinion.
Thank you, sir. All right, is that it? Mr. Halter, you've heard some pretty serious concerns about the tree. You've also got Urban Forestry seeking a deferral to perhaps discuss this and see if there isn't a better option for you to do your laneway suite. Are you now interested in a deferral?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I first of all, I would just qualify that the drawings were taken from the survey. The survey is a third-party position, so it's not an interpretation of where the tree is. Rather, it's a representation of accurate surveying according to our surveyor's report. I do appreciate and am very sensitive to the nature of the trees. I do feel as though perhaps given the opposition and the interest by the neighbors for the purpose of this silver maple, not the Manitoba maple on our property, which is in a significant leaning and decline irrespective of whether or not it's considered a healthy tree. But yes, I would consider deferral in order to try and develop an alternative solution such that the roots would not be damaged, but that we would still be able to, let's say, propose a laneway suite on this property, perhaps similar to, as Mr. Cruisdale suggested, if the building were to slide north and allow us, still to accommodate some parking. We've tried this a few times, and it's quite challenging in terms of placement. It's a very tight site, but given the nature of the urban forestry's report and the neighbors' concerns, I would have to rather defer than be potentially turned away by the committee.
Great. Panel, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Would you like anything else to add? Anything else? Or are you?
No, thank you very much for hearing this. Thank you.
Panel, any questions? Okay, I think we have an interest in a deferral in this application. Does anyone want to move a motion? We're in committee.
Yeah, I would, Chair, but I'd also encourage the applicant to look at the laneway widening that's been given. I'm assuming that's what that 1.5 meters is, but there's also trees being shown in there, the cedar hedge. So, I mean, I think discussion with transportation is important to make sure if that widening is requested by them, but then also then not showing it with plantings. But I did have concerns about the second variance, but I think that now if a kind of whole-scale rethink of this application is being entered into, then I think that's good. But I was concerned about that condition of the at the rear of 23. So I think I'll move a motion to defer the application to allow the applicant additional time to reconsider the design and also to discuss with transportation and urban forestry. Pardon me, that's the main element.
Motion by Mr. Reid to defer with those suggestions, seconded by Ms. West. All in favor? You have your deferral, sir, so you've gotten some feedback and certainly some discussions with your neighbors also as well.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and the committee, and to the neighbors as well.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I did miss one deferral request, so apologies. Item number 15. 877 Ossington Avenue. I know that there's a number of registered speakers here in person and online. Perhaps maybe we can deal with this if they're requesting a deferral, so they're not waiting around.
Do we have everyone that's registered to speak with us or online?
Some are here in person. Can you raise your hand if you're speaking on behalf of this application? Just the one? And then the rest are online.
And they're online now? Okay. All right. Well, why don't we, as you suggest, we'll do that. We will move on to item number 15, 877 Ossington Avenue. And bear with me for a second while I call it up. Okay. This is an application to construct a new 4-story apartment building with a rear below-grade patio and an exterior staircase. Also to permit 11 bicycle parking spaces and a waste storage area in the rear yard. There will be a total of 10 residential dwelling units on this lot. Committee has before it a copy plan, a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received December 20th. Revised zoning notice received December 20th. Revised sketch received, ground floor sketch received February 10th. Revised public notice prepared January 28th. 5 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, a deferral request from the agent, tree protection plan. We have email correspondence from community planning, transportation services, and the zoning examiner. There is also staff reports from urban forestry and community planning. We have a letter from the councillor. As well as support from 56 Penrith. We have a great deal of opposition, which I'm not going to take up anyone's time by reading into the records. Suffice to say there are numerous letters in opposition and materials.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll hear from the agent first, and then we can hear from those people that are in person and online. Again, they're only speaking to whether or not they support the deferral request. So at this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Morning to the committee. Is the committee able to hear me?
Just a bit louder, please.
Good morning, sir. If you have your name and address, please.
Yes. Name is Costa Dervish. My address is 197 Spadina Avenue.
Great, sir. And you're seeking a deferral this morning?
That's correct. I'm
And
seeking a deferral. Yep.
The purpose is?
We understand that we've received some comments from the local councillor, community planning department, and local residents, and we've reviewed those comments and have made revisions to our proposal, and to revise our zoning notice and just tweak our drawing set, and we mean to revise that application and resubmit to the committee.
Okay, thank you. We have someone.
Through you,
in the
Mr. Chair. Anyone that wishes to speak to this item, 877 Ossington, you can come up to the podium now. It's only on the deferral, whether or not you support the deferral. Okay, I see none. Anybody else? See none? Okay. We will go to the phone line then. Gregory Connor, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. If you could just give us your name and address, please. Hello? Did we lose him?
Oh,
hello.
I was muted again. I'm back.
Your name and address, please, sir.
Connor Gregory, 879 Ossington Avenue.
Great. And this morning, I know you were hoping to speak to this application, but the applicant has requested a deferral. So all I'm really going to ask you is whether you're in favor or not of a deferral.
I'm in favor of a deferral. I think the alternate would that the application be denied outright. So I guess if the question is between deferral or not deferred, then definitely supporting the deferral. I can elaborate. I don't know if there's more.
Yeah, well, that's all that we're really looking for today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll unmute Eric Menendez.
Good morning, Mr. Mendez.
Yeah, good morning. So my name is Eric Mendez Cardenas. I'm in Unit 1 of 879 Ossington Avenue. I'm a tenant here. And I also approve of the deferral.
Thank you, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll hear from the owner at 63 Pendrith Street. Barbara?
Barbara McGibbon. I'm at 63 Pendrith Street, and I support the deferral if the owner has taken into account the neighborhood's objections.
Great, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll hear from the owner at 195 Pendrith Street. David?
I believe Doug Pateman, our lawyer, will be speaking on our behalf.
Okay. Is that person online?
We'll move to Oliver.
The lawyer?
Is Doug Pateman?
Sorry, what's his name, sir?
Oliver, you've been unmuted.
Okay, my name is Oliver Laumeier. I'm the owner of 879 Ossington Avenue. I'm in favor of a deferral.
Thank you, sir. The previous speaker was deferring to his lawyer, right? So do we have his lawyer?
His name is Doug Pateman.
Doug?
Pateman.
Doug Dateman?
Pateman.
Okay. Hang on a sec, sir. Sir, notwithstanding your deferral to your lawyer, all we're really asking today is whether you're in favor of a deferral. We're not going to be speaking to the item.
No, thank you for that. Appreciate it. We take no position on the deferral, and we reserve right to make further comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, one last person, Betsy?
Bessie, you've been unmuted.
Hi. Sorry, hello?
Hi, if we could have your name and address, please.
Yeah, I'm Bessie Petulas and 877 Ossington Avenue. Oh, sorry, 867 Ossington Avenue. Yeah, I'm getting a little old, yes. I don't have any opinions. Yes, you guys are going to defer it. I understand. Is that what you need?
Yes, the applicant is seeking a deferral, so we will be considering that, and we just wanted your opinion on.
Okay, deferring until when? In the future?
At some future date.
Okay, so nothing has been detailed discussed or?
No, we are not. We are not considering the application today.
Okay, lovely. Okay, that's great. And we'll get notice on the contrary, or like?
No, you will receive notice of any revised application.
Okay, super. Thank you so much. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you. All right, that's it. All right. Okay, panel, we're done. We'll take this into committee. There's a request for deferral. Mr. McCabe?
Yes. I think there's opportunity for revision here. Also, I noted that there's an urban forestry condition, so that should be considered and talked about. So I'll move this application on Ossington be deferred.
Okay, motion by Mr. McCabe, seconded by Ms. West. All in favor? Thank you, sir. To the agent, you did mention a number of technical things you want to consider, but you may also want to consider having some discussions with the neighbors. They are clearly concerned about what you're proposing.
Good. Yeah.
Okay. Jumping around a bit here, item number 2 has been deferred. We move on to item number 3, which is item number 3 is 40 Raglan Avenue. This is an application to alter the development standards as approved under site-specific zoning bylaws 1051-2022 and 1052-2022 for a 36-story mixed-use building, including a mechanical penthouse. There will be a total of 352 residential dwelling units, of which 62 will be rental replacement units on this lot. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent, decision number, previous decision number affecting the property, an arborist report, a pedestrian level wind study, presentation materials from the agent, a shadow study, transportation study, tree protection zone, the 2 site-specific zoning bylaws. We have presentation, excuse me, revised presentation materials from the agent received February 14th, a letter recommending conditional approval from the counselor. Excuse me. We have staff reports from urban forestry, community planning, and correspondence and interest from 124 Merton Street, Unit 501.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person. We have 2 people here in interest. We'll call upon them after hearing from the agent.
Great. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Dave Tarazenko. I'm a principal at Bousfields, 3 Church Street, Suite 200.
You have 5 minutes for your presentation, sir.
Thank you. If you could load the updated presentation. Perfect. So this morning we're here to discuss a series of minor variances for the approved residential development of 40 Raglan. 40 Raglan Avenue sits approximately 125 meters north of St. Clair. Next slide, please. Great. and was approved previously in 2022 with two site-specific bylaws, one from the former City of York bylaw 1-83 and the current comprehensive 569-2013 bylaw. As a result, there are a series of 9 variances proposed before you today, which I'll walk you through in this presentation. 4 from the former York bylaw, site-specific amendment, and 5 from the comprehensive bylaw. Just to give you a highlight of the proposal, there are 352 rental apartments proposed in this development. That represents an increase as a result of the variances of 78 residential rental apartment units. There are 51 affordable units being proposed. That represents an increase of 14 affordable housing units from the previous approval. There's a new public park, 174 square meters, that will be combined with a public parkland dedication on the site immediately south at 32 Raglan, as well as a new 245 square meter City of Toronto Community Agency space at the ground floor adjacent to the park. Next slide, please. Just overview of the policy context. The subject site sits within an apartment neighborhood and is also identified within the St. Clair West Station major transit station area. Next slide, please. On the left, you'll see a height context map, which clearly shows existing approved and proposed developments ranging from 23 to 41 stories in the immediate context of the subject site. And then on the right side of your screen, you can see that Raglan Avenue has a specific character which has been addressed in the proposal as part of the St. Clair West and Bathurst Street planning framework. Next slide, please. So here in both perspective and site plan, you see the approved development for 29 stories with its driveway access on the north side of the site. It is accessed by a north-south lane on the west side of the property and Raglan Avenue on the east side of the property. As I mentioned previously, the proposed parkland dedication is on the south side of the site, and the proposal includes a 6-story podium that steps back to an 11-story element and ultimately the tower height at 29 stories. Next slide, please. As a result of review of the, next slide if you could. Oh, it's slow. Oh, we skipped over. But as a result of the site plan approval process, the Section 111 agreement negotiations with the city, and a continuing desire to achieve objectives for additional rental affordable housing. We have proposed a series of variances to increase the height of the building from 29 stories to 36 stories. As a result, the residential GFA will increase, so the total GFA will increase from 21,600 square meters to 26,213. As I mentioned previously, the number of residential units will increase from 274 to 352, as well as the affordable housing units will increase from 37 to 51 in total. Car parking spaces also increase, but a rate reduction per unit is proposed, and bike parking has been increased.
I'm wondering if you could just wrap up your comments, please.
So in total, there's 9 variances being proposed. As I mentioned, there's 2 bylaws that apply specifically, 4 for the former York site-specific bylaw and 5 under the comprehensive 569 bylaw. In total, these variances, in my opinion, are minor. They meet the general intent of the official plan and both bylaws and are desirable for that.
Great, thank you. You have seen planning's report about the financial contribution?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we have a couple speakers.
Through you, Mr. Chair, is there anyone here in person that wishes to speak to this item? I know we had a couple of people registered as interest. If you do, please come to the podium.
Sir, we'll just ask you if you head back. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Chair, dear committee members, my name is Afshin Ebtekar, TDMT and Associates. I'm here on behalf of my client on 101 One Road, which is a rental property. We are not having any necessary objection to the proposal.
Are you immediately adjacent to this property? Like, where's your location relative to this proposal?
The other side of the laneway, to the
Other side laneway, okay.
property.
Thank you.
Considering that this property is very close to the laneway, the existing one, and very adjacent to the new construction, the only thing we would like to just introduce ourselves to the team and making sure during the construction and during the permit application, any implication on the property regarding vibration, noise, and also because there is a laneway between these two property, which is not designated fire route, that's for sure. But regardless, it will be during construction might kind of cause any issue during access to the property for any fire. We just want to make sure that these will be considered during the design, permit design, and also construction.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. That, as you will appreciate, is beyond the purview of this committee. But since the individual is here, I hope you have a hallway conversation, introduce yourself, and raise these concerns directly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
I appreciate it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, anyone else wishes to speak on this item that's here in person? I know we don't have anyone online. See none, then we'll call back the agent.
Okay. Come on back, sir. I don't think we need a response other than I would encourage you to connect with that individual and have those discussions.
Certainly.
Okay. Panel, any questions? We don't seem to have any questions for you today, sir. Let's take this into committee. Anyone have any thoughts or observations? Peter?
Sure, Chair. I think that this is reasonable. I think that particularly with the conditions that community planning is putting forward, I think the impact of this additional height is minimal. It's going to be shadow, but it'll be scattered pretty far, and I think it'll travel quickly. So I don't see a negative in approving this application. So I'll move approval subject to the planning conditions.
Okay. Mr. Reed moves approval. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Ms. West. All in favor? Opposed? Mr. Gogan's opposed. So you have your approval, sir. Okay, we move on to item number 4. 626 Crawford Street. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a front basement walkout, a rear 2-story addition with a ground level Juliet balcony, and a rear 3rd-story addition with the deck. The ancillary building will be maintained and unaltered. Also, there will be a total of 3 residential dwelling units within the main dwelling on this lot. Committee has before a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, and staff report from Urban Forestry.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person, as well as 2 registered speakers online.
Okay. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Is your microphone on? Is your red button on?
There it is.
There you go. That's better. Name and address, please, sir.
David Fujiwara. I'm the architect.
Okay. We have some people who want to speak to this item, so we'll need a presentation, please.
Okay. What we're proposing is to construct 3 good apartments in the existing semi-detached dwelling. We have 2 variances. One is to do with gross floor area, and the other is to do with landscape area in the front yard. The gross floor area of the existing house is already over the zoning limit. We're extending to the rear with a small 2-story addition and another small addition at the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor addition is just over 100 square feet. The rear addition is, I believe it's 200 square feet, 250 square feet to the rear, something like that. The length of building will stay within what is permitted. So if you look down the length of the street, Crawford Street, and look at the various backyards, we are well within what is the norm, I would say, for Crawford Street. We're not extending beyond what some other houses have done in the backyard. So we feel that the mass of the house is within the norm and is reasonable. And it's enough to give us these 3 good apartments that we're hoping to build.
Okay, thank you. Well, any burning questions? We'll go to speakers.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're going to unmute Cindy Lee, but we also have Tim Lee registered. And I just want to know, I think they're from the same household. And I just want to ensure that they're sharing the 5 minutes or they have one person speaking for 5 minutes. So let's unmute Cindy Lee.
Hi, I think my brother and so my name is Cindy Lee. I'm 624 Crawford Street, and my brother and I will be sharing the 5 minutes.
Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm not sure if it's in the purview of this meeting, but I did have some questions. And one of them was a land survey done to take into account the property lines when this was being designed or planned out and the architect planned? And also, has it been taken into consideration for our adjoining neighbor property, the risk of flooding or sewage issues when this construction is underway? So those are my 2 questions. I'll defer it now to my brother.
Hello, Tim.
Tim, you've been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Lee, can you hear us?
Hello. Hello?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Good morning, Mr. Speaker Committee. Thank you for your time. I apologize for that. I too had the same
Sorry, just
concern.
for the record, sir, if you could give us your name and address.
Yes, I apologize for that. My name is Tim Lee and 624 Crawford Street. I'll make this brief. I do have the same concern with my sister regarding about the survey, regarding about the property line. And I just want to be sure that there won't be any, encroachments or anything like that during the construction. And the other concern was just the noise and the building construction, as well as the digging, I believe, in the basement as well too. But that's something that I spoke to with the architect, David, and I guess we can actually just go through that ourselves. But I don't really have any objections, but just more like concerns.
Okay. You'll appreciate for you and your sister that the items you've raised are, in terms of the survey, is a legal issue. You'll have to get that resolved if there is any outstanding concerns, and the issues with respect to construction are dealt with during the building permit process. But we will go back to the agent and ask him to address those questions.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Back to you, sir.
Yes. I have met with the siblings at 624 Crawford Street, although I haven't yet met with Tim, although we've communicated by email. So I've tried to answer the construction questions as best I can. With regard to the survey, yes, we do have a fairly recent survey that we are working with. There will be no encroachment, as it were, onto the property of 624 Crawford, except for the underpinning work that we would do under the foundation wall, and except for acoustic bat insulation that we will be installing in the party wall, the demising wall between the two houses. There may also be a structural post or two that we'll need inside that demising wall, but they will, of course, it will not have any effect on the interior space of 624 Crawford Street. When it comes to the back addition, we have the survey. We would respect the survey line, and we would stay back of the lot line. I think a full inch is shown on the plan. We'll, during the construction period, we'll make sure that we do it properly and as efficiently as possible. I have spoken with the neighbors about noise, construction times, that kind of thing, and we'll try to do our best to respect their private lives. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, sir. Panel, any questions? Oh, Gary?
Yes, just with respect to the third floor addition, if I heard you correctly, you said it is just 100 square feet?
It's a little over, like 140, something like that.
So is it twinned with some other living space? I mean, that 140 square meters, that's...
Or square feet.
Square feet?
Yes.
Yes, okay, sorry.
So it's a dormer addition, full width of the third floor to the rear of the peaked gable roof.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So do you think are there any overlook concerns? Do you think that might be helped by some screening, given your proximity to your neighbors?
Yes. I've spoken to them about pulling back the little deck at the third floor a little further, and we could construct a trellis-like screen in order to maintain privacy. That is, anyone being on the deck looking back to a bedroom window at the neighbor's third floor.
Yeah.
So we would make sure that we don't have any possibility of seeing through that window.
Okay. Is that in your plans, or?
It's not in the plan, but it is something I have discussed with the neighbor, and we're going to make further efforts to make sure that that little deck, which is very small, it's more like a screaming deck or just a place to get out and get fresh air. We'll make sure that it is pulled back from the party wall line.
Okay. Panel, any questions? Okay. Thank you, sir. We'll take this into committee. Anyone want to? Mozilla?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I've been convinced that this is very minor. It's a very sensible design, and I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with only one condition of urban forestry number 3.
Okay, that's a motion by Ms. West, seconded by Mr. Reed. With that forestry condition, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, move on to item number 5. 9 Grenville Street. This is an application to alter the development standards, amending bylaw 438-86 for the lot containing an existing 3-story vacant heritage building, formerly John Irwin House, and the adjacent mixed-use condominium building by increasing the maximum permitted non-residential GFA on the lot. Also to permit medical, dental, office, and clinic uses that will be located on the ground, second and third levels, as well as within the basement of the existing John Irwin House. Hi. Oh, sorry, I got to read this in. The committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 7 photographs of subject property, covering letter from the agents, arborist report, a condo board letter of approval, presentation materials from the agent, supporting materials from the agent received way back in September, tree protection plan, site-specific zoning bylaw affecting the subject property. We have email correspondence from community planning. That's it. Good
Through you,
morning.
Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person, no registered speakers for this item.
Good morning, ma'am. Have your name and address, please.
Lisa Rajan, and our office is located at 3 Church Street, Suite 200 in the city of Toronto.
Great, thanks. Hang on a sec. Panel, fairly straightforward application. Does anyone need or want a presentation, or would you like, anyone have any questions? No questions. Thank you for coming down, but it is a fairly straightforward application. We don't really need a presentation today. Is there anything you'd like to share with us before we take it into committee for a decision?
No, I'm just here to answer any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, panel, we're in committee. Paul. Is your microphone on, Paul?
Oh, sorry. I turned it off. Yes.
You have to start all over again now.
Sorry, I move that we approve this application. Again, I find it minor in nature, and also the application is an appropriate use given of the proposed heritage building and the proposed use of commercial uses. So.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Gogan to approve. All in favor?
I'll second that.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? You have your approval, ma'am. Thank you very much for coming down.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 6, 428 Margaretta Street has been postponed. We move to item number 7, 221 Coleridge Ave. This is an application to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a partial second-story addition, a rear two-story addition, and a rear ground floor deck. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the front yard, side yard, and rear yard of the subject property. We have an arborist report and correspondence and support from Kathleen Sleman. Excuse me, no address provided.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online as well as 1 registered speaker in interest online. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Good morning.
Good morning. David Cox here on behalf of the owners of 221 Coleridge.
Good morning, Mr. Cox. Can you just speak up just a little bit, please? And we will need a presentation from you.
Happily. If you are, I take it someone will share the plans on my behalf?
Yes, we'll pull them up. Hang on a sec.
Excellent.
Do you want the site plan?
Oh, that works. So it's an existing single-story house on the lot now, and it's got kind of 1 bedroom on the main floor with a couple of bedrooms in the basement. It is owned by a family of 3, and they are looking to make this addition and extension so that it's a bit more feasible for the family. It's a second-story addition, but at the back, it's about a 20 by 20 addition into the back. The existing house is close to the southern lot line, which is the real kind of reason for most of the variances, given that we are so close right now, and we've carried on that line. Within context, I think it's within context and character of the neighborhood. We have taken into account, obviously, the trees and the arborist report. The basement is being put on piers, so we don't have a full excavation. Piers that are going to be hand dug where necessary to make sure we're taking those trees into account. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Do we have a speaker?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll unmute the owner at 326 Cedarvale Avenue.
Good morning. Good morning.
Sorry, Karen Broadhurst at 326 Cedarvale Avenue. I didn't realize that I would be asked to speak. I just was concerned about our extremely large tree that's on our property. I know there was an arborist report, but I wasn't sure. I know they were concerned about a second tree that is not on our property and that it will be damaged. And apparently our tree would not be. But it's just that the roots of our tree are so huge. I just can't believe that it wouldn't be an issue. That's all.
Okay, we'll put that to the applicant. We do note that we don't have any reports from urban forestry on this file.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring the agent back, and maybe you could just speak to the item with respect to the trees. Mr. Cox?
Yes. Our arborist report did not anticipate any damage to the tree at the rear of the property. To provide further protection, there is hoarding and tree protection shown at the back beyond our construction that we would erect. That's that blue line if you zoom in. So the tree the speaker is discussing is N2. The blue line is the hoarding and tree protection that we would be erecting to ensure that there was no storage or construction activities that could impact those roots. And I think any construction activities are a great distance, certainly beyond the drip line of the tree in concern.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions of the agent? None? Let's take this into committee. Gary?
Yes, I think the three requested variances are modest in nature. I think that they meet the test, and so I would put forward a motion then to approve this application.
Okay, motion by Mr. McCabe to approve, seconded by Ms. West. All in favor? It's unanimous. You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Item number 8 is 164 Pinewood Ave. This is an application to construct a new one-story ancillary building to occupy studio space in the rear yard of the property. The existing rear garage will be demolished. The committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, an arborist report, and we have a staff report from urban forestry.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the agent is here in person. No registered speakers for this item.
Good morning, sir.
Hi, my name is Dennis Benoit. 126 Westminster Avenue. I represent the homeowner.
Great, thank you, sir. Hang on a sec. Panel, does anyone need a presentation? Any questions? Sir, it's such a great application. We have no questions. Is there anything you'd like to share with us before we take it into committee for decision?
I will just answer any other questions if something comes up.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we're in committee. Anyone have any observations on this file? Peter?
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to move approval. I think it's a very reasonable application of modest scale, and the variances that are required for it are minimal and I think fit in with the pattern of this rear yard development in the area. And also, I'd just like to say it's nice to see hand-drawn drawings. I think that's actually attractive and a nice throwback. So I move approval with only the urban forestry conditions.
Okay, motion by Mr. Reed to approve. Do I have a seconder? Mr. McCabe, all in favor? You have your approval, and never use computer assisted design ever.
All right, thank you, committee.
All right. Anyone need a break? Are we okay to continue? Seeing nobody, we're okay to continue. We move on to item number 9. 18 O'Hare Ave. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a complete 3rd-story addition, a rear 2-story addition with a ground level platform with stairs and a 3rd level deck above the rear 2nd level. and a new front platform with stairs and a front basement walkout. There will be 3 residential dwelling units on this lot, and the existing front porch will be demolished. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 11 photographs of the subject property, and examiner's response to letter of concern. We have correspondence and concern from 20 and 16 O'Hare Ave. And we have correspondence and opposition from 20 O'Hare Ave.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online and 2 registered speakers for this item.
Okay.
At this time, we'll unmute Bruno Lopez.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes, my name is Bruno Lopez from MXL Engineering and Associates, located at 1649 St. Clair Avenue West, and I'm here on behalf of the owner.
Great. We'll need a short presentation, sir.
Absolutely. So we are aware of the neighbors and their concerns, and again, we try as much as possible to mitigate their concerns. So the 3 variances are very, very minor. So 2 of them are actually the existing conditions. So this is an existing 3-story. It's a 2.5, but it's almost, let's call it a real 3-story if we talk about heights. So the 2 variances that we have for side yard setbacks and the existing height of the side walls, it's pretty much an existing condition. So in reality, what we have done is that the house is actually in some kind of poor condition structurally on the 3rd floor. We try to actually optimize it, make it a little bit structurally sound. We are using pretty much everything that is existing on the 3rd floor. We added probably around 8 feet or so. And the 2-story addition at the back, we would like to eliminate one of the variances, which is the length. It's by 75 centimeters, which is about 2 and so feet. But very unfortunately, because we have an entrance at the back for the main floor, we are almost mandated to keep this setback. So it's a very straightforward. It's most of it is an existing condition. So what we adding is very, very minor. And again, we are with no variances on landscaping, on GFAs, the height. So again, the footprint was, I would say, about 90%, 80 something, 90% was existing.
Sorry, sir. Did I hear you say you were eliminating a variance?
No, I'm saying that we would like to, but unfortunately we can't. So we did a couple runs on these designs and we eliminate as much as possible. And the 3 that we have, they are literally almost impossible to do unless we do no design.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, we can move to our speakers.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will unmute the owner at 20 O'Hara Avenue.
Christy, you've been unmuted.
Yeah. Hi, I'm.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Your name and address, please, ma'am. Hello?
Yes.
If we could have your name and address, please, ma'am.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Christy Pearson, and I live at 20 O'Hara Avenue.
Okay, ma'am, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. So my family lives at 20 O'Hara Avenue, and we have a few objections. The first and most important one is that the aesthetic on the street, the way in which the street elevation is shown, is contrary to the spirit of the street. Hold on, I just need to mute for a second.
Christy, are you there? Did we lose her?
Christy, you're unmuted.
Hi, are you there?
Yes, we are. If you want to continue, please.
Yes. Okay. So we object to the proposed transformation at the front of the building as it destroys the historic character of the house, which is one of 3 row houses. And we object to the extension on the 3rd floor to the rear as it reduces sunlight into our 1st and 2nd floor at the setback, because our house is to the it is to the north of number 18. And we object to the requested variance. Maximum permitted building depth is 19 meters. The altered dwelling will have a depth of 19.75 meters. So the extension at the rear reduces sunlight significantly into our backyard and creates a dark zone in our existing outdoor deck. And I just want to say these points are in the letter that you're looking at now. And I just want to say that in terms of the first objection, the kind of context of the submission on the elevation shown by the designer edits out the context of the building in relation to the row houses. And I just want to draw the attention of the committee to the fact that it is in a row of 3. So the 3D model on the views on the introductory page of the package are misleading with regards to the context and form. It looks as if it's a standalone building, but the existing the row of 3 houses should be looked at and indicated on the elevations and submitted drawings so that you can see how it impacts the street fabric. And I think that the roof line that's proposed, I think that the recommendation that we have as neighbors should not impact your proposal or your project in any negative way. What we're saying is that the elevation should be more sensitive and in tune with the street and with the adjacent buildings. So when you're part of a row of Edwardian houses, they're built in around 1907, as you can see on the Architectural Conservancy Ontario website. It's a classic Edwardian row house. It's got a bay and gable rhythm. It has a sloped roof that extends across the 3 houses. And I think that some sensitivity to the streetscape, to the street elevation, and recognizing the value of the existing neighborhood fabric would actually be a benefit to the developer here in the long run. And I'm not sure, well, I'm pretty sure when I look at this project that they don't recognize the value and the importance of that historic fabric and the way in which we would have to remediate and repair our facade and our roof in light of their proposed roof is going to make a bit of a mess of the block, I think. So we would like that to be revised.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. We have another speaker?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll hear from the owner at 53 O'Hara Avenue.
Nadia.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Have your name and address, please.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's Nadia Bloom, and my address is 53 O'Hara Avenue. So I'm just north of the proposed remodel. And yeah, I don't have, I've lived on the street for about 17 years, and I had quite a catastrophic fire a few years ago. And when it came time to redo a fair chunk of my house, I began to do some research on the street and the importance of, there's so many beautiful architectural elements on this street. There to date have been no projects that I think kind of remodel the exterior of the house. So I haven't I'm not good with plans and drawings. I can't speak to those pieces. I think the spirit of trying to create more density in the neighborhood is wonderful, and I think it's going to provide more housing. So I'm all on board for those pieces. My concern is really the piece in the front of this dwelling. It seems as if there's sort of a maximization of space to the point where we're erasing the architectural history of our street. I object strongly to that. There have been a few other remodels on other streets that have had this jarring, almost like daily reminder that we don't live in homes. Many people conceive of them simply as properties where they park their money. I'm not suggesting, I don't know the owners, I don't want to cast aspersions. I mean, they are absolutely intending to revive a dwelling that was, structurally looked kind of shaky at times. So I think that's quite wonderful that they're investing in that way. But I definitely want to register strenuous objection to the aesthetic and also potentially the ethics around ripping apart something that is just really significant. It makes our street. I have friends who say, "Oh, you live on O'Hara." Oh, and when they say it, they mean there's this visual delight. There's a few types of homes. Mine is a Victorian from 1880. So I'm hopeful that the committee will take into account that while we're trying to provide density and housing for people, that we also want to, use our ethics and take some, take the history and of our city into consideration. That's my 2 cents. But I'm really happy that there's going to be more housing. I'm just have some worries. I don't want to have to look at the house the way it's been designed. It looks like it's from another part of the city, to be quite frank. So I would invite the people who are remodeling to just look around and perhaps kind of keep to the kind of consistent architecture of our streets. And that's all I have for you.
Okay, thank you
I
very
never
much.
come to these. I felt so strongly when I saw a photo of this. Because of the way the world is moving too, I feel very strongly that we need capital, but we also need community.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Nope.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll hear from the owner at 16 O'Hara Avenue.
Good morning, Ms. Dilling.
Morning. Can you hear me?
If you could just speak up or get closer to the microphone, please.
Hi. Can you hear me now?
You guys hear? A little bit louder, please. Are you there? She's still on?
Maggie, you're still unmuted.
Hi, Ms. Dilling, are you there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're just going to call her in. Maybe that'll help with the sound issue.
Maggie, you've been phoned in and you're unmuted.
Hello. Can everyone hear me now?
Yes, that's much better. Thank you. Oh, except for we've got a little bit of
All right.
feedback.
I'm just going to mute my computer.
Good. Thank
I'll
you.
just walk away. Thanks for the call. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the committee and voice my concerns as well. In keeping with what
Again, I'm
so
sorry
my
for
name is Maggie.
interrupting, ma'am. Just for the record, could you just state your name and address, please?
Oh my gosh, sorry. I was so excited to speak. My name is Margarita Dilling, and I am at 16 O'Hara, which is the neighboring property.
Okay, go ahead.
So I have the same concerns as pretty much Christy. So 3 sort of objections to the report. So the front, the facade was not in sort of keeping with the Edwardian feel and the character of the neighborhood, which I believe has been addressed. And we really are looking for an opportunity to work with the developer to really keep the feel of our neighborhood, because that's really important, as you've heard with many of the other speakers about this. The second one was our concerns with the extension at the back, which exceeds the maximum permitted building depth. So we're at 19th as accepted, and they're asking for 19.75. And if you can look at the back pictures, you already see, like, I don't know if you can see my property, which is the gray siding. I'm already shadowed by what exists in our backyards. And we garden and we use our back space quite a lot. So this extension would impact our quality of life. It would block our sunlight. It would hinder any of our vegetation and gardening that we have, and we proudly use our back space. So we're asking them to not permit the extension to 19.75. And then the third is the third floor deck. So we recognize the need for increased housing and opportunities for people to live in spaces in the city. So we're in agreement with that. However, having a back floor deck now also not only blocks our sunlight, but it impacts our quality of life, but also impedes our privacy. So what we're looking to propose there is some sort of privacy screening if they are moving ahead with the third floor deck. So that provides us with our backyard privacy as well as potential tenants with their privacy as well. And the one thing that I wanted to bring to the committee's just to address is in the proposal it states that this is a semi-detached home, which it is not. It's part of row housing that connects to 20 O'Hara and 16 O'Hara. So any development that they have would potentially impact the structure of our homes. So that needs to be taken into consideration by the committee as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Panel, any questions?
Thank you.
Nope. All right. We bring the agent back.
Bruno, you've been unmuted.
Yes, thank you.
All right, sir. You have 5 minutes to respond.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So in regards to the neighbor of 20 O'Hara, Christine Pearson, she's mentioned the spirit of the street. So I don't know if I believe you members have the opportunity to actually go on the street. And to the right, there is this massive white building, 3-story multiplex. On the other side of the street, there are 2 massive multiplex buildings. So I do understand that they really want to keep everything as it was in the 20s or in the 1800s when these houses were firstly built. We actually took very careful consideration into these, because if you see our 3rd floor, we didn't extend it all the way to the back. We tried to maintain the most possible existing footprint. The slanted walls, we just moved it vertically, and literally we added about 10%, if so, on the 3rd floor. So we are very in tune, and this is actually a little modern design. However, we try to mimic and maintain the spirit of the bay windows, so it doesn't look the complete opposite of the neighborhood. But again, we try to blend the design with modern style, but thinking about the existing homes in the vicinity. About the neighbor on 16 O'Hara, Margarita. I don't have many comments other than, we try as designers to the best of our ability, but however, the length of the house is actually under a different bylaw is 21 meters. So from 19 to 19.75, I think what we're asking is very, very minor compared to cases that both us at MXL and the committee was exposed to in this neighborhood. So I think the three variances, they are very, very minor. We did the best we could. And actually, to bring a point about the proposed deck, the deck has no variances. And if actually committee staff has the chance to pull out our drawing 020502. 020502. So it becomes very noticeable for the committee members that we actually recessed the entire railing. So you see the amount of space that we actually create in between the edge of the building and actually when you're gonna put the railing. So we are trying to avoid to give the impression that this deck it's built so we can overlook the neighbors. No, we did recess of the deck railing all the way around. So we create this sense of you really have to be far away to actually see this railing, because the angle to allow you to actually see the railing, either you are at the same height or if you are a level below, you won't see it at all.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Panel, any questions of the agent? Gary?
Yes, just one. With respect to variance number 3, that's dealing with your side yard setback. I mean, it's essentially 0. Is that an existing situation, or will your project today bring it that close to the line?
No, through you, Mr. Chair. No, actually, this is an existing condition. So if you note the existing third floor, let's say the 2.5, the existing third floor wall facing number 16 is going to stay in place exactly what it is. It's just the slanted wall or the slanted face, the roof in the front and at the back, we're just going to make it vertical. So all these conditions are existing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All right, let's take this into committee. Anyone want to start? Peter?
Sure, Chair, I can start. I understand the concerns of the neighbors, particularly at 20, the attached neighbor to the north, and the kind of aesthetic concerns they have with what's being proposed. But I have a hard time when in looking at the variances that are being requested. There's no variance regarding the third floor. In the front, in terms of having, something that fits in with the aesthetic on the street. So the 3 variances, the third one is a slight extension of an existing condition, and the depth is less than a foot, or is 75 centimeters, and then the height are just side walls, and I don't think that the impact of those are significant. So. And I would note that I think O'Hara is an extremely diverse street architecturally. Across the street, there are many apartment buildings and a whole variety of building types. So I think this is an acceptable application. And if my colleagues don't have
Thoughts on the screening of the balcony, Peter?
I don't know. I think that the agent made a good point that it is stepped back quite a bit from both sides, and then the rear gets close to the end, but also the fact that there's no variances required for the balcony. I feel comfortable that there's not a lot of overlook as a result.
All right. Anyone else? Nazila?
Yes, to you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Peter. This is a very minor application. It's a very very minor, like two of them is almost existing. The second one, it's only less than 2.5 feet, like 75 centimeter, and 75 centimeter depth is really minor. And I think I agree with Peter that there is a different variation of buildings in the same street. So I think it's a very good.
Okay. Anyone do you want to take a crack at a motion, Nizan?
Okay. Then, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with no condition.
Okay, motion by Ms. West to approve, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? That's unanimous. You have your approval. Thank you. Yeah, okay. We'll take a small, is 5 enough for you? Or you want 10? You take 10. We'll have a short 10-minute break. Back in 10.
Members, please turn off your videos, microphones. Thank you.
Oh, Nazilla, oh. All right, we're back. We resume with item number 10, 318 Waverley Road. This is an application to construct an ancillary building in the rear yard of the property, abutting the laneway. The main level will occupy one parking space, and there will be exterior stairs leading to a second level loft studio space. Also, a green roof will be installed above the one-story portion of the building. The existing shed and gate will be demolished. Committee has before it a copy plan, a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, decision number A1025/14 TUI affecting the subject property, 3D model renderings of from the agent, comparison to the laneway suite diagram from the agent, precedents and neighborhood support map from the agent, presentation materials from the agent. We have staff report from community planning, correspondence and support from 320, 203, 288, and 294 Waverley Road, and a 43 signature petition support from owners occupants of Kenilworth and Waverley Road.
For you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Great, thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Neil Ironside. I'm the agent. The applicant, Kate Berthold, is, I think, also registered to speak if she feels necessary.
Okay, great. Sir, you've seen, I imagine, the planning report recommending refusal of this application?
Yes, and I think I might dive, I've given you my presentation notes, which go into some detail about why we think this is a minor variance.
Okay.
I'd like to start maybe by just quoting from the community planning's comments. On their second page, they say the purpose of the zoning bylaw is to respect and reinforce a stable built form and to limit the impact of new development on adjacent properties. So I'd like the committee to consider those words and that objection with respect to what we've actually presented today in terms of the overwhelming support of the neighborhood for the application and for the precedent that's already been established on this very lane, which you will see in my presentation notes. There's photographs of a cluster of large garage and laneway suite buildings. And also in their comments, they say they have concerns with variances relating to the ancillary structure's height, number of stories, and floor areas. An ancillary building in the bylaw, by definition, is both a laneway suite and a garage. So I feel it's sometimes it feels like a Trojan horse to talk about using the laneway suite as an excuse to do something to build an oversized garage. But I think I think in this case, we can legitimately demonstrate the need for an oversized garage because, as in my presentation notes, the client has a large recreational vehicle, which needs to be protected and makes the lane safer. And also, we're all able to free up space in the existing house to create a rental unit by converting an Airbnb and using the extra space that's used for storage in that basement, transferring it to the garage, and in effect, basically meeting the objectives of the city's official plan to intensify the area. So, two-story garages or garages of similar size and scale, I'm quoting again, do not represent the prevailing character of ancillary buildings in the neighborhood. That's the quote. Doesn't seem to pass the test as an objection because on the lane, and again, I go back to my presentation notes and show that photograph of precedence, there are 4 structures which are of significant size and demonstrate that this is now the prevailing character of development on that lane. The size of our structure is actually smaller than what you're looking at on your screen right now. The permission, if we were to add a kitchen and a bathroom to this structure and call it a laneway house, the volume would be larger, would have greater impact, and as a rental unit would have a detrimental impact on the adjacent neighbors. All of the variances are the neighbors, the immediate neighbors. And quoting again from the community planning's objection to limit the impact on development on adjacent properties, the neighbors on both sides and in the area support the extra height, the 0 lot line, the small loft area, blah, blah, blah. It's the variances seem to be of very minor concern and contribute to a building which is consistent with the pattern of development. So if the committee would like me to go through the presentation, I'm happy to do that.
I think that's a good overview, sir. I think we're probably okay with that explanation. I'm going to see if any of the panel members have any questions. No questions. Just, did you speak to the green roof?
Yeah. There is a landscaped open space variance. So there's an effort here to mitigate the necessity to have lower than permitted landscaped open space, and it's that's to mitigate the impact of that, but it's also a benefit to my client, so that when they look at the back of their house, which is a 3-story house, looking back out over this garage, they too will benefit from it. So it's an asset to the neighborhood. It's an asset to my client, and it, of course, everybody knows the benefits of a green roof in terms of the heat sink in the city and water management and flora and fauna.
Yeah, it's great. So there is no intention in your proposal for using that space for recreation activities? It is simply a green roof?
No, there's no possibility for access to it. As you can see with that section drawing you have on the screen right now, you'd have to climb through a window at ceiling height to get out onto it. So it's not accessible.
Great. And the loft is for studio or office purposes?
It's mostly for relocating things that are in the basement of the house right now. So yes, storage and a small studio space. She's not a welder or anything like that. It's sort of more craft style studio work.
Okay. Panel, anyone else have any questions? All right, sir. Thank you very much. We'll take this into committee.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone want to start? I typically get fussed about ancillary buildings that exceed height. But I think this one is a little bit different in the sense that it is not, doesn't exceed the 6.23 meters that you would normally get with a laneway suite. The shape of the roof and the massing, I think, reduces the impact on the neighbors. I think the functionality of this, given their vehicle, although they may or may not have this vehicle for their entire lives, but the functionality, I think, makes sense with the motor containing the roll screen device is, again, very modest, a setback on the rear. I think we have to take into consideration the rather large amount of support from the surrounding and adjacent neighbors, which is frankly uncommon when you have a structure of this nature in the rear. And I think that should go to the applicant's credit. I do take planning's recommendation to reviews as an important consideration, but I think in this case, I'm not going to agree with them. I think that this is a relatively modest and sensitive application that tries to address the concerns that neighbors might otherwise had, and the fact that it's got a green roof, I think, contributes to its viability. So personally, I think this is a supportable application. Peter?
Yeah, thanks, Larry. I would agree with you. Basically all your points. The only thing I would add is the height was a concern, but at the topography is such that at the front of the new garage, as in facing the rear of the house, it's less than 4 meters because of that. So I think that goes to impact as well. And yeah, I think it is supportable as well.
Okay, anyone else? Thoughts? Okay, none. Peter, do you want to take a crack at a motion?
Sure, thanks, Chair. Yeah, for the reasons you outlined and my small addition to that, I think this application is supportable and the variances required for it are minor, so I move approval without condition.
Okay, motion by Mr. Reid to approve. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Gogan, all in favor? That's unanimous. You have your approval. Thank you. Item 11. 2760 Dundas Street West. This is an application to alter the development standards for the 6-story mixed-use dwelling or building. There will be a total of 33 residential dwelling units on this site. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property, an arborist report, functional servicing and stormwater management report, light well detail from the agent, presentation materials from the agent, waste management report from consultant, a site-specific zoning bylaw affecting the subject property, a covering letter from the agent. We have email correspondence from Transportation and Engineering Coordinator, Development Review, staff report from Metrolinx, and a staff report from Community Planning.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person, no registered speakers for this item.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Kevin McCrow, Senior Planner with W&D Associates. My address for the record, 47 Roselawn Avenue, postal code M4R1E5.
Great. And you have seen planning's report?
Mr. Chair, I was trying to find planning's report yesterday evening and this morning. I actually couldn't review it on the AIC. So I'd be reviewing it for the first time now. I'm just, if we could just have it on the screen.
We could pull that up and you can read it. Guys, can we find it? It's basically a condition tying it to your basement plan, light well, and ground level plan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's that's familiar to us. We have some slides in our presentation that actually would have related to that condition, just perhaps in anticipation of not receiving this report. But we do accept both of those conditions. Could we just take a look at the light well, just how they worded the light well condition, please?
Sure. got it right there? Yep.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can read it out loud if that helps, because you may not be able to see it.
Thank you.
I thought you were reading it.
No, I was trying. It's a bit of an eye test here, right?
Okay,
It's like,
fair
can
enough.
you get the E's and the A's out?
Fair enough.
So it's
Rena
just
will read it.
stating that the proposed 3 dwelling units in the basement floor of the building shall be completed substantially in accordance with the plans. So the basement plan A100, and then the light well detail is A-999, and ground level plan A-101.
Do you want to take a minute just to consider that?
Thank you.
That report was dated February the 11th. Just taking note. So was it not up on the AIC?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can check. I mean, we received it on the 13th, so it should be.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We don't have any issues with the conditions contained in the planning staff report.
Great. Panel, do you need a presentation on this application, or you want to go to questions? Sir, we don't need a presentation today. Thank you for coming down. I just have one quick question, just the amenity space. So can you speak to, you're asking for a reduction in amenity space?
Yes. If we could look at the, I want to say the ground floor plan, please, and thank you to staff. We could just get that on the screen. Thank you. So we're looking at adding 5 units to the project because amenity spaces, it's a rate-based zoning parameter. Adding the 5 units will drive the rate down, so to speak. We're dealing with a small project, so that when you increase the units, like the magnitude of the reduction of the rate is kind of amplified in a way, as opposed, a tower might have hundreds of units. But on top of that, what we're doing at the rear of the project, where you can see there's 2 units, that's where a parking stacker system is today. So in the council-approved version of this project, it's a Klaus multi-level parking system. It's the car Rubik's Cube, or the car vending machine, if you will. And just by nature of converting it over to units, there's just some minor reshuffling at the ground floor. On the bottom of the screen, that's where the indoor and outdoor amenity, it was always a small room on this project. The original site-specific bylaw had a site-specific amendment for reduced amenity on top of the parent 569 provisions. And just with the minor changes here at the ground floor, there's a reduction in, I believe it's 2 square meters of indoor, and it's also 2 square meters of outdoor, just off the top of my head here.
Okay, so I mean, it's more a function of the increased units and the proportionality of it then?
That's correct.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes.
That's great. And it's all purpose-built rental?
Yes, so that's correct. And, obviously there wasn't a need for a presentation, but this project is anticipated to qualify for CMHC's Mortgage Loan Insurance Select Program. So the idea with this, and the reason why we're here today at committee, is to change the project from what was originally intended to be constructed as a condo, now to a rental following these changes. 4 of the units will actually be considered affordable, no greater than 30% of median renter income. And we were actually, a little bit to our surprise, but we were actually required through this program to submit, it was actually an affidavit to Toronto Building. And as a planning consultant, that's something we don't really see very often, but we actually had to submit an affidavit to Toronto Building as part of this permit application, basically certifying that this will be a rental. So I'm not sure if that was from CMHC, but there is a very clear intention here for it to proceed as a purpose-built rental.
That's good. That's quite commendable. Thank you. Panel, any further questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll take this into committee. Anyone want to take a crack at a motion? Peter?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think this is a good project, and the variances that come from adding these additional units instead of the parking stackers, I think that's a net positive, and particularly because it's going to be a rental project as well. I'd also note that I think the front facade is really elegantly done. It's a nice design, and it'll fit in within this streetscape. So the variances are of no concern to me in terms of their potential impact. So I move approval subject to the planning condition.
Okay, motion by Mr. Reid to approve, subject to planning, seconded by Ms. West. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you.
Okay, we move on to item 12. 101 Auburn Avenue. This is an application to construct a new one-story ancillary building, a garden suite, in the rear yard of the existing two-story detached dwelling. There'll be 2 residential units on this lot. Committee has before a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received February the 6th, and 2 photographs of the subject property.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online as well as 3 registered speakers online.
Okay. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Daniel Falzon, and I'm here on behalf of the owners of 101 Auburn Avenue.
Great. We'll need a presentation from you, please, sir.
Sure. We are seeking relief from 5 bylaws, all of them pertaining to a proposed rear yard garden suite. The proposed garden suite is one story in height and is to house a single residential unit of approximately 800 square feet. As the building is only 1 story in height and has a flat roof, the massing is very modest. The proposed structure is also located at the very rear of the property, which is common of many detached garages in the area. On that note, the proposed structure is a very similar footprint to the detached garage that is currently on the property and seems to have been there for 30 to 50 years. The current structure could not be repurposed for structural reasons, which is why we're proposing new. The majority of the variances requested stem from our attempt to make the best use of an extremely irregular lot. As you may have seen on the site plan, at the rear of the property, 101 Auburn extends to the east, leaving us with a very large piece of land that's sandwiched between our side and rear neighbors. We have worked with planning and zoning staff to reach the current configuration of the proposal. I didn't see a staff report, but being in communication with them through the process, I didn't see any objections to our applications. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you or any of the neighbors may have regarding this file. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think we'll just go straight to, Peter, you had a clarification?
Thanks, Chair. Just a clarification. I know the variance 1 is you're proposing 0 rear yard soft landscaping, but I note on the site plan.
This has been revised.
S1. So are you changing that variance then?
Yes. So actually, there were 2 changes, but would affect one of the variances. So we added soft landscaping to the rear yard. We added 40, you would see this in the revised drawings. We added 42.16 square meters, which means we're at 20.12%, whereas 50% is required.
Okay, great. And that's the only change you're making to the application, right?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It would be shown in the revised drawings. The new site plan should be up there. You could there it is. There it is. You can clearly see we've got an area of soft landscaping, and the rear existing hard landscaping will be converted to a permeable pavement.
So you're pulling all the asphalt back there?
Right. It's currently paved over totally. So we'll be pulling it all, leaving changing half of it to grass, and then the other half of it, approximately half of it, will be permeable paving.
So without belaboring this issue, you're keeping part of it as permeable for what purpose?
The examiner had issues with potential well, not just site specific, but in general, they don't want too much of the property covered for concern of runoff affecting the neighbors.
No, I'm actually asking the inverse question. Why are you keeping so much of the backyard as permeable pavers?
The parking is the main reason. We didn't want to disturb the street. As it's currently paved, there's already parking in the rear. So as long as we can facilitate 2 cars,
Okay.
we figured that we wouldn't be affecting the street.
Right, so you're keeping parking spaces back there?
That's right.
Okay. All right, thank you.
No problem.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can hear from the owner at 97 Auburn Avenue.
Angela, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Angela Isoki. I live at 97 Auburn Avenue. I'm sorry, I'm a bit sick today. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, you got 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So as you can see from the plans, approximately, it looks like about just under 50% of this laneway suite will actually be abutting our backyard, and is quite close to our ancillary building, the garage that exists there. So some of our concerns, it is a bit invasive to have someone else's garden suite abutting the entire span of my backyard. But also, if we need to renovate the garage, and frankly we do, it's on our list for the next couple of years, I don't know how having somebody that close is going to affect that. Part of the kitchen and one of the bathrooms in the interior plans will also be directly behind our property. So one of my concerns is that if there is a fire, the access wouldn't actually be through their driveway. It would be through ours, which does have a gate, as well as other structures in front that I am concerned. I know that's not entirely in the purview of this committee, though your notice had noted fire access as just an advisement. So I was concerned about that. If they are also taking down a building at the back of my yard as well as theirs, I think that would significantly impact the enjoyment and reasonable use of my own property and space, as I don't see how they can do it without going through our yard for like quite a significant amount. So those are sort of our primary concerns. I do think that the owners were thoughtful in avoiding putting windows to our backyard. So I think that they tried to be cognizant of that, and I do appreciate it. There is a shared fence between as well, but it's going to be quite a significant project, and I don't really see how it cannot affect our structures in our yard, just based on where it is.
Okay, thank you. Is there an existing structure back there that backs onto the back of your property?
Correct, yes. So right now, they're replacing their garage, but there's also a building that my understanding is attached to the garage. So I don't know. Okay, so you see that great, if you go back to the picture that was just up on the slide, the one after that one, I think, of the back that had their garage in it. Right, gray building. It does jut behind our property currently, but my understanding from the presentation is they're going to have to take down that building and the garage. So the whole, like the existing building itself would have to come down. I don't see how they can do that without making significant use of our property to do so.
And that's your garage? We can see the roof in that photo?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right, our next speaker.
Any questions for this speaker? No?
I didn't see any, no.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll hear from the owner at 103 Auburn Avenue.
Daniel, 3 Auburn Avenue.
Good morning. You have 5 minutes, sir.
So I share the driveway with 101, and based on the scope of this project, I would imagine there would be a lot of dominating they're dominating the driveway for most of the project lifespan, obviously. And and I have a car parked in my back. I have a tenant that comes and goes from the back. So, that's pretty significant. And not to mention, I'm not very comfortable with having tenants in my backyard, walking on my side when there's snow or whatnot. That's all for now.
Okay, I'm sorry, so you're concerned about car access in the rear?
Yeah, plus if you get like a cement truck, if they demolish the whole thing, on a driveway, I don't know how safe that is. It scratched my wall. They'll probably have to dig up the ground as well. So again, if it was just her side and then, there was a fence covering, dividing it, then I wouldn't have a complaint. But because we share the driveway, it does impact me a great deal.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions? No?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll hear from the owner at 51 Greenlaw Avenue.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. So my name is Jason Van Ravensway. I'm the owner at 51 Greenlaw, and my property spans from Greenlaw to the back of this property line. I am not opposed to the garden suite. What I am opposing is the survey obtained by the owner or their agents. They didn't come onto my property to properly survey this. And my survey, as well as multiple surveys around me, show that the current garage here has an existing encroachment on my property. So any sort of variance exception on the depth of the south line of this property is further encroaching on my property line. My surveyors have been in contact with this client's surveyors with no success. Apparently, these surveyors are often contested, but they're about 4 to 8 inches because the line's kind of diagonally encroaching onto my south property. And then on the right, where the one-story frame is showed here in the survey, that is where my concrete block garage is, which we had to come to committee of adjustments because it's encroaching, and we had to get an approval to rebuild there.
Okay, well, we can put that to the agent. Sounds like there are discussions already underway to try to resolve that. We don't have the ability at this point to resolve that issue, but we'll certainly put it to the agent and maybe he can give an explanation.
That's understood. And I am working to bring this to the Tribunal of Surveyors. So I would just ask that this is noted as a consideration, that the south variances are already encroachments.
Right, so your position is that even with the 0.3 meter setback, that building, that structure is on your property?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, do we have the agent back?
Yes, through you, Chair. I'm going to speak to all three. Start the survey. You can give me, I'm sure you could find my contact information. Shoot me over what you have. And, if it's, to be honest, if we consider that the current structure is on the line, we're actually moving in by about a foot. So I can't imagine that, a survey, whether it's this one or your survey, I can't imagine that we're a foot onto your property. But I'd be happy to, if it's a matter of us just chopping off a couple inches to be certain that we're not on your property, we're more than happy to do that. So find my information, and then if you want to send me your survey, we're happy to work with even your boundaries, because it sounds like this is it's a matter of just moving a wall a couple inches. Keep in mind, we're getting rid of all existing, so if anything's encroaching your property currently, it's going to be gone. Speaking to the second one, access during construction, I can't imagine that they try to drive a concrete truck through the lane. Probably when they're pouring the slab and the foundation, they'll probably be doing it with a pump from the street. And access to your rear yard is still going to be maintained with the new proposal. I believe there's a right of way. We're not going to be affecting the right of way. And then to the first speaker, there's no, basically there's no material change to what you'll be seeing from your property. You noted that there's no windows that face your property from that strip of land that's behind yours. That's actually a building code requirement. So this wall is fire rated. All of these walls that are close to the property line are all fire rated and don't have windows to meet the building code requirements for building close to the property line. So that fire shouldn't be a concern. And also during construction, there's no reason for us to be accessing your property. We would be demolishing from our side and work within the confines of our lot. That's all I really have to say, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions? No? All right, we don't have any questions, sir. We'll take this into committee. Gary, do you have any thoughts?
So it's good that Mr. Barrett to revise.
Hey, put your mic on there.
Sorry, thank you. Yes, I was just saying with a revision to the soft landscaping, taking us from 0 up into the 40s, I think it's a supportable project. Believe that the tests are adequately met here, and just taking a look, I don't see any conditions. So I'll put that forward as a motion. I move that the revised variance application be approved without condition. What do you think?
Anyone else? Peter?
Yeah, I agree with that, Gary. I wonder if you'd be open to tying it to the site plan, just to ensure that we get the permeable pavers in the rear as well, and the open space.
Would add that, yes.
Okay, great, thanks. I'd second that, Chair.
That's great. Sabrina, that tying it to plans is a good idea. Would that, with respect to the problems with the survey, does that cause any potential difficulty?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no.
No, okay, thanks. All right.
I should say, sorry, that's revised site plan. Thank you.
Okay, motion by Mr. McKay to approve with the condition of tying it to the site plan, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? Okay, you have your approval with that condition. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Move on to item 13, which has been deferred. Item 14, 26 Ossington Ave. This is an application to construct a new 4-story mixed-use building containing 5 residential dwelling units and 1 commercial unit to be located on the ground floor. There will be front and rear patios above portions of the 3rd story.
Is that the one withdrawn, or have I got that? Maybe I got it wrong.
I don't have a stroke through that one.
Okay.
I think we're still good.
Okay, good.
Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property, an arborist report, and presentation materials from the agent. We have email correspondence from Community Planning and Transportation Services.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the agent's device doesn't show that it's unmuting, so I'm just calling him in now.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, maybe we'll move on to the next item while we try and connect with the agent for item number 14.
Okay, we will move on. Item 15 has been deferred, so we will move on to item 16. 163 Balsam Ave. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a front 1-story addition, enclosing the front porch, a new front porch with stairs, a front 2nd-story balcony, and a rear 1-story addition below the existing cantilevered 2nd-story. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of trees on the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, a staff report from Urban Forestry, and correspondence in opposition from 165 Balsam.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Okay.
Mitchell, you're unmuted.
Good morning. Sorry, sir, we can't really make you out. You're breaking up.
Can you hear me?
Try again, sir.
Can you hear me now?
That's a little bit better, yes. Yeah, you're still breaking up, man.
Try. Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll try calling.
Okay, just hang on, sir. We'll give you a quick call.
Does it work now?
Oh, there. That's better.
Okay. I switched the headphones. Okay.
Okay.
So sorry about that. My name is Mitchell May, and I'm speaking on behalf of the owners of 163 Balsam Avenue. I'll note the property is on a wide boulevard with the current porch at almost a 0 setback. The lot is about 157 square meters. So as part of this project, there's 2 small additions proposed. One at the front, which encloses the porch, and introduces a new porch just to the south of that. So basically creating what appears to be a full-length porch across the front of the building. And then a second addition at the rear of the building, which encloses a void beneath an existing 2nd floor addition. While on paper this represents a seemingly high FSI ratio, it does remain well within the range of the size of properties in the vicinity, with the proposed rear addition being much more modest than those already constructed in the similarly scaled houses to the north, some of which also do have full width and enclosed porches in the front yard. The rear addition, I'll note, is intended to leverage the existing structure of the building, filling out the void beneath that addition on the 2nd floor, and using the existing post as the structure in order to minimize impact on the mature trees in the area and conserve the rear yard. The front addition sits within the footprint of the existing porch, also with the intention of minimizing visual impact to the street. So here there are 4 variances that are being requested. That's side setbacks. And I'll note that the proposed additions would be the same as or greater than the setback of the existing north wall. The front yard setback, where the proposed porch enclosure would remain within the existing footprint and maintain that existing relationship with the street. The FSI, which, as I mentioned, represents a relatively small increase in floor area. And I'll note, if built as a shed, it wouldn't even require a permit. It's that small. The rear yard soft landscaping was also an item that was triggered because of that rear addition. But I'd like to note that there are no changes actually proposed for the rear yard, as the proposed rear addition would not impact or alter the existing rear yard landscaping. So in our opinion, these are minor variances, exactly that, and satisfy the floor test. And I hope that you have the same conclusion, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Panel, any questions? In the rear yard, you're a little light on the landscaping, so is that an existing condition?
That's correct. It's existing. It was triggered because technically that addition is in a rear yard, but it is under an existing addition. We're not proposing to alter the ground plane because we're not excavating. We're not changing the backyard at all, really.
Okay. All right. Let's take this into committee. Paul, what do you think?
Yeah, I think
Your microphone
I can
on?
probably move this right to recommend we approve. The variances are minor. It's a very unique site because of its nature and proximity to the street. I think that the mic's on, sorry. The FSI does, at first glance, does seem larger than kind of what would be considered minor. But the proposed alterations are, I believe, minor in nature. So I believe we should approve it. And I think there's a forestry condition 2?
1 and 2.
1 and 2
Yep.
as well. So I recommend we approve with forestry 1 and 2.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Gogan to approve, subject to forestry conditions, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? That's unanimous. You have your approval. Thank you, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll go back to item number 14. I think we have the agent at this time.
Okay.
Joe DeMarco, yes?
Hello.
Hi, I could finally speak with you.
You just speak up a little bit, sir.
Yes, can you hear me now?
That's much better. Thank you. Name and address.
I'm representing the owners of 26 OSSIngton Avenue. I'm from First Union. I am actually the architectural technologist, the junior designer on this project. And I do have an architect representing this project speaking on the behalf. He has been logged in. If it's possible, I would like to refer to Mr. Bill Birdsell, who should be logged in, if it's possible that he may speak in regards to this behalf.
Hang on a sec. We're just checking.
Bill, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Yes, it is afternoon. Good afternoon. Your name and address, please, sir. We lose him?
Guelph N1K0C5.
I'm sorry, sir. We didn't catch it. We somehow lost. Could you just restate, please?
Bill Birdsell, architect, 1042 Paisley Road, Guelph, N1K0C5.
Okay, sir. You want to give a short presentation?
Yes, I'm the architect of the project, and I'm working with Mr. DeMarco. Mr. DeMarco is away, and he asked me to just speak to this proposal. The proposal is to rebuild the existing two-story structure and enlarge it by adding a new third and fourth floor, as well as an addition to the rear of the property. It's a proposed mixed-use development with 5 units in keeping with the mixed-use nature of the street. I would refer you to the planning justification report, which was filed for the committee. And I feel that the project is in keeping with the mixed-use nature of the neighborhood, and we've tried to be sensitive with the elevations. So I'll receive any questions the committee may have.
Okay, thank you, sir. Panel, any questions? Nope, I don't see any questions. Thank you, sir. We'll take this into committee. Peter?
Thanks, Chair. I think this is a very good project, particularly given its location on a main street, just north of a parking lot. What is now a very underutilized site, and I think this, by putting a 4-story building in there for most of the length of the lot, this is providing good retail space and good living space. There are some issues with the angular plane, but I think that it's really the impact of that is not significantly over what is permitted in terms of the angular plane. And the remainder of the variances, I think, are small and highly appropriate for this location. So I move approval with no condition.
Okay, motion by Mr. Reed to approve, seconded by Mr. Gogan. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, sir. We move on. Item number 17 was deferred. Item number 18. Is 130 Carlton Street, penthouse number 8. This is an application to permit the reconstruction of the mezzanine in the residential dwelling unit of the 15-story residential building. Committee has before it a copy plan, a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Three photographs of the subject property received in January.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Good afternoon.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Sure can. Your name and address, please.
My name is Adria Maynard. Address is 6 Dartnell Avenue. I'm representing the architect and agent for this project.
Okay. I don't know if we need necessarily a full presentation on this one, but maybe some clarification. This is, in my experience, a little unusual to get a variance for a unit in an existing building. So maybe you could just give us a quick explanation of what's going on here.
Sure. Yeah, it is a little bit odd. So essentially, this is there's a mezzanine in an existing unit in this building. It was an inherited condition from the owner, and we're doing an interior renovation for this unit. And essentially, we found out that we hadn't been able to find any documentation for this mezzanine in this building. So we're basically going through committee of adjustment to get approval for the floor area that was added to this building, but wasn't captured in any official documentation.
So this is amending an existing site-specific zoning bylaw?
Yes. Basically just we're adding 30 square meters onto the existing floor area of about 31,000 square meters. So the mezzanine is existing and provides access to an existing roof patio. We're essentially rebuilding it to bring it up to building code and up to zoning requirements.
Okay. Thank you for that. Panel, any questions? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. We'll take this into committee. Sounds weird, but fairly straightforward. Anyone?
Mr. Chair, I'll move this item. Again, the unique situation where we're referring to the entire large residential building for one, but it is very minor in nature, and it seems more about updating the current documentation of the building than it is about really about zoning. So I recommend we approve this as without amendment.
Okay, motion to approve by Mr. Gogan, seconder. Ms. West, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Item 19, which is the last item of this morning's session, is 1346 Pape Avenue. This is an application to construct a new 3-story detached fourplex, cantilevered on the 2nd and 3rd stories with front and rear decks on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels and a main entrance on the south side of the building. There will be a total of 4 residential dwelling units on this lot, 2 units occupying the basement and 1st levels and 2 units occupying the 2nd and 3rd levels. No parking spaces will be required or be provided. Thank you. Committee has before a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised zoning notice received February the 11th, 2 photographs of the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, a red line public notice received February the 13th, a covering letter from the agent February 13th. We have email correspondence from Transportation Services, staff report from Community Planning, and an advisory report from Metrolinx. There is correspondence and support from 1344 Pape Avenue and correspondence in opposition from 1348 Pape Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person, and we have one registered speaker in person.
Is the agent here? Ah, there you are. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Angus Steen. I'm the architect and agent for this application.
Great. A couple things before we start. I'm going to ask you to take us through the public notice and just flag the changes that you're making. And secondly, you've seen planning staff's recommendation to refuse variance 1. I'm sure you'll be speaking to that. Okay. Correct. Let's first then go through the public notice, and just if you could share with the panel your changes that you're making.
Yeah, and these changes came through the discussions with planning, a compromise that we proposed. So there's 6 variances. The red lines are happening on variance number 1 and variance number 3.
Okay.
Variance number 1 is a south side yard setback variance, where the required setback is 0.9, and we were previously proposing 0, and we've bumped that up to 0.3. So the change is from a 0 request to a 0.3 request.
Okay.
The other red line is item number 3, because obviously as I brought the setback in, the overall coverage of the building decreased by 1 percentage point. So you'll see that the coverage of number 3, it changes from 51% to 50%, and that's a result of the increased setback.
Okay, thank you. Now, if you wanted to proceed with the presentation.
Sure, yeah. This is a property, PAPE and O'Connor area. Quite literally, the Ontario line will go underneath this property. For many years, this has been a portion of PAPE with 1-story bungalows. The 1-story bungalow properties are great contenders for multi-use to take advantage of the new 4-plex bylaw. So this is obviously a high-level transit Metrolinx corridor. I think the planning report speaks to that they had no concerns with any of the other variances. They simply thought that the 0 variance was a little too tight. They had asked us to do 0.6, which for our interior layouts of our units didn't make an ideal situation, so we went back with 0.3. I would stress
just to clarify, they are aware of your change and they're still recommending refusal.
Yeah, it's a completely amicable discussion, if that makes any sense. Okay. They were looking for 0.6. I went to the owner, we came with 0.3, and we agreed to disagree. So I come here today with just the cards on the table.
Okay.
What the owner wanted to stress was these are good size units. I don't know if any of you have ever tried to purchase a 1-bedroom condominium in the city, but they're ludicrous small units. And when they take you to a 3-bedroom that apparently is supposed to take a family, they're tiny. These are apartments with 3 bedrooms. These are like this is the so-called, it's a bit more than the missing middle. These are actual apartments a family could live in. So we're providing 4 apartments in here. I believe each one is 3 bedrooms. Is that the case? 3 bedrooms on the Ontario line. So the goal here, the kind of variances you're seeing, and I'll parse them quickly, they're coming from a slight increase to the scale of the building to accommodate a scale of dwelling unit that makes sense with the scale of infrastructure we're building. That's pretty much where they come from. So just to quickly go through the variances, there are 6, and I like to kind of do this quickly. So of the 6, 1 is a setback from the south, 1 is building length, which is a kind of curious one that I'll explain. 1 is for coverage, which is rather straightforward. 2 are involving the decks, the outdoor deck spaces, and 1 is involving parking. And I may as well do the decks and the parking first. Basically, because of the high-level transit, a decision was made that you know how you're not required to provide parking for many residential projects, and we thought we'd treat ourselves like a little new build, and we do without parking because there's so much transit. And for those people who may want parking, there's ample street parking available on all the adjacent residential streets. There's even available parking, I believe, on PAPE, but PAPE's a difficult street for parking. The 2 decks are simply to service the units. They're a little larger than they should be, and there's too many of them. In other words, we're supposed to just have 1 on each, the front and the back, and we have 2. And that's just because of the way the units are designed, that if you can picture the building having a basement, a first floor, a second floor, and a third floor, each unit gets half of the length of the building. So 1 unit would be the front half in the basement and the first, so they'd have a little deck. And then there'd be another unit would be on the second and third, and they'd have, actually, yeah, they'd have their deck as well. So that ends up with 4 decks. So that's the decks and the parking. The setback one, I think I explained. It was just a case of trying to get as much space in a way that didn't bother anybody as we could. The length one's very curious because the 4-plex bylaw provides that if your lot is, let me see, I think I wrote it down because I always have to remind myself. So if your lot has a frontage of less than 10 meters, but has a, I always have to do, we're basically just a few meters off of having the right length of lot, let me put it that way, to be able to have a 19-meter long building. We're just a few meters off the lot length to go to 19 meters. But because we don't have that lot length, we're stuck with the 17 meters, and that triggers a variance. So our argument would be the lot length is all happening way at the back of the lot, and how could that, I think it's reasonable to try and consider that minor. The coverage variance comes from the length that we're going for, I think is fair to say. And I believe it's reasonable given the kind of units we're creating, but it's also important, we're not held to floor area, floor space index, because we're a 4-plex, but on this lot, you're allowed a 75% FSI. So planning obviously intends these lots to be used a fair bit. And as I said, the planning report, the planning staff, and we went back and forth, they never had any condition or any concerns about anything other than that little setback. They weren't concerned about coverage or length or the decks or the parking or anything else. So I think that kind of sums up my comments. I know there's the adjacent neighbors. I just had a quick conversation and met them for the first time. The good thing about coming in person, this is like the old days. I got everybody in the room. I've got the neighbors, the owner, me, and you. I was hoping they would have a chat as neighbors. That doesn't seem to, I'm actually amazed we came up so quickly. I was hoping we'd have a bit more time. Nonetheless, I do think I understand the neighbors' concerns, and obviously I'll try and address those when I return.
Great, thank you very much. We have some folks here.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. We'll call up the owners at 1348 Pape Avenue.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Chin Lin Lam, live at 1348 Pape Avenue. I strongly...
I'm sorry, you have, who do you have with you?
This is my husband, Howie Lam.
Okay.
And we strongly oppose to the construction a new 3-story detached 4-plex at 1346 Pape Avenue, as it will have a negative impact on safety, traffic, overcrowding, and privacy. First, about safety concern. Pape Avenue is a very busy street. There are 4 routes bus running in front of that building. As they said, there's no parking space for new building. It could lead to increased traffic crisis and safety concern because there's just a curve. There's an electric pole was get accident a few times on that area. Second, for overcrowding, I have been live at 1348 more than 40 years. As in our neighborhood, most household only like 2-3 people. And that new dwelling would have 4 units. It will be potentially for more than 16 people. live in that tight space will need increasing crowding and noise in quiet neighborhood. 3, loss of sunlight. The lot is only 30 feet by 104. The maximum permitted net coverage is 35%, but the new building will be more than 50%. And the platform for the second story protrusion about half the driveway because there are 2 houses only driveway wide. And will be block the sunlight to my house. 4, loss of privacy. The gigantic size of the house, the platform, the extended maximum permitted area would be infringe on our privacy. And 5, the noise, the construction will be this at the last about 1 year. And on the way, the entire line will be on construction. And, will be cause, anything, especially the traffic and disaster. So I strongly urge the committee to consider our concern and refuse the application. I believe it is the best interest for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is your husband speaking, or that's it?
Yeah, it's okay, almost, yeah. But
Your microphone, sir, yeah.
no, then now it's okay, it's on now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because they're
a camera is not.
no, yeah.
The main thing is, the building actually is too long. And then 17 meter is long already, but now almost 19 meter long. And then where is the space for the, for the backyard? And then the house, maybe more than 40%, is allowed, but that one is 50%, more than half of the land use. But almost, the other things are almost covered already.
Okay.
I have other things to say. Because we live that area more than 40 years, we're glad to see the city development. But in our area, never have that big, gigantic, we call the monster house built for around the last 40 years. And in that narrow space, I don't know how they get approved in the first one, 1344, because for a certain reason, because the owner of the next neighbor was old and sick. She doesn't have the energy to against the, so that building already built now. And right now, because it's lasts about a year, make so much noise, and because it doesn't really affect the others, so nobody against for the case. But right now, it become to our next neighbor, so we hope the committee give us the fair adjustment.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Any questions, panel? No? Thank you very much for coming down. Yeah, you want to just move back into the seats?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And we'll get the agent back up.
Okay, I'll try to be succinct. I think many of these concerns arise from one basic thing is these have been houses and now they're becoming fourplexes. They're two different building types and the city government decided several years ago to authorize fourplexes in many neighborhoods, I think maybe all now. So I think it's important to judge this proposal as a fourplex. We have the variances we're seeking are for setbacks, length, coverage, the decks, and the parking. The issues raised by the neighbors, it's true, there are 4 buses pass by this lot, and that's the exact reason why I think it's prioritized for high-level transit. This is a very transit-friendly, very, to increase the housing stock of the city, it's, I believe, an excellent choice. Those 4 buses also mean that parking is less important, which seeks to meet city goals. I understand how it can be, it's difficult to live on a busy street if you're driving a car, but that's not the premise with this proposal. It's important also to understand that our side yard setback is to the south. The folks here today, they live to the north, so we don't require any side yard setback from the north side property line. And we certainly don't require a height variance. So the building operates as of right in terms of its north side yard setback and its height. It's asking to go a little longer, 2 meters longer, about 6.5 feet than it would be permitted as of right. But as I said, we sort of plead the strange little lot calculation numbers that if we were only a slightly larger lot, we wouldn't have the 19-meter variance for the length. Obviously, there's a transition in the neighborhood from 2 people in a house to fourplexes on high-level Metrolinx, Ontario line transit systems, and that's just change. There's no other way to explain it. As for the backyard, again, this is a different building type. It's not a house, it's a fourplex, and so the outdoor spaces, they're like little miniature, like truly miniature condominiums. The outdoor space for the units comes in the form of decks and platforms adjacent to the living areas. And the outdoor space is often, perhaps it's shared by the tenants or not, but it's definitely not the priority, especially if you're living on a second floor. You don't go downstairs to go use the backyard. And again, I'll come back to the planning department, who made a point of actually, after our little friendly discussions, of sticking to their position on the side yard setback. They chose their priority, and I respect that. The concerns brought up by the neighbors were certainly not concerns that the planning department made a point of addressing to me. So I don't know if that helps. I'm happy to take any questions regarding any of this.
Okay. Gary?
Yes, you've got decks on the 3rd floor level, front and back, and they're double the bylaw standard. I'm concerned about the overlook, and especially for, the objector neighbors that we just heard from. So would you be willing to screen those? What can you do?
Of course, yeah. This screening is a very easy way to try and meet in the middle on these issues, I think. So yes, we'd be more than willing to do that.
Think you can screen and reduce?
Yeah, can do both. You know what happens with these buildings? It's funny because when they drew the bylaw, they kind of knew what they were doing. By default, by building, you're allowed to set the 3rd floors in 1.5 meters from the front and back, basically, and go to the maximum height. And by default, that creates this flat roof platform at the front and back of these buildings. And so you put the 4 square meter deck out there, and that's fine. You have the railings. And then you stand on the deck and you look on the other side of the railing, there's all this flat roof. And you think like, gee, okay, I mean, maybe the deck should just use the whole flat roof. So it's no inconvenience at all. And it doesn't change the way the building would be built to simply constrain the deck to its 4 meters on the flat roof. With this proposal, I think the owner just thought, geez, I've got all that flat roof, why don't I just propose it all as deck? But it certainly, if it meant an approval of their larger goals of the project, of course they would reduce that deck and screen it.
All right, thank you.
So does that change your variance number 4?
Yeah, it was the type of change where if I said I just don't want that variance, then I'm held to a 4-meter deck.
So are you seeking to remove that variance?
I'm completely willing to do it if the committee felt that was a compromise that made the proposal more likely for approval, if that's the way to put it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I saw another hand, Nazila.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the neighbors on the north also had a concern about variance number 2, the length of the proposed building. Would you please explain?
Yeah, so this is, the way the length works is we're allowed to go 17 meters as of right. So it's almost like you'd take the exact same building at the same height, you'd build it at 17 meters. And what we're asking is like, oh, we'd like to go another 6'6" if you don't mind, like literally extrude the thing. That's for reasons of trying to get these 3-bedroom units to fit inside the building, and that's fine. But that's what creates the 19-meter length variance. But what's weird about the fourplex bylaw is it says, oh, but by the way, if you're a fourplex, and if your lot is a certain length, and if your frontage is under a certain width, we don't mind you going 19 meters. And our lot is a certain length, but it's 4 meters less than that kind of, if we could extrude our lot, then we wouldn't have a length variance. It's a weird thing to try and explain verbally, but that's the truth about it. So I think a decision was made early on that, well, the difference between 17 and 19 is 6'6", which is, I wouldn't say I'm 6'6", I'm like 5'8", but you know what I mean? It's like the height of a tall guy lying on the ground. But, and we thought, well, and we're so close to that lot trick, like the lot length thing, that perhaps it's reasonable to propose that in this case we'd like to ask for the 19 meters. And that's pretty much how we came to set it at that. We felt it was a minor request at the get-go. So I don't know if you'll agree, but that's the logic.
Okay, I have a couple. So you mentioned the Ontario line is going right underneath?
It's my understanding, yes. It's certainly going up PAPE, and I think the owner said to me, he goes, I think it goes right underneath us.
The station, where is the station being located?
This I will
Are you
defer
within the 500-meter distance from the new station?
I have to defer to the local, like the owner or the residents would know. I don't know the specifics. Where is it going? Oh, yeah, at the McDonald's on PAPE.
So that's
Cosburn.
You'll forgive me, is that within the PMSDA? It's in the 500 meters?
Okay.
Okay.
Half a kilometer, yeah.
Secondly, if you could just pull up, oh, you've got the site plan up. I'm just curious. So the entrance to the 4 units is on the side, a common entrance, right?
On the south side, yeah.
So is that a right-of-way in between 1346 and 1344?
No, they're 2 separate properties. They're owned by the same owner, who's in the room right now, if you have questions about that. And so what they are is, they mimic the kind of small apartment buildings built in the 50s and 60s, where you build 2 small blocks and you access them down a kind of a middle space, and you go in the middle of the building, which means the units get to benefit from all the sunlight at the front and back of the
which I get. My question is more about I don't know exactly where the property line is, but there's a dimension here.
I can click it's got to be at least 3 feet.
Yeah, so that's why I'm just worried. I'm just thinking, do the tenants of this new property have unimpeded access to that entry area without trespassing on 1344?
Yeah, for sure. Because what happens to a project, it's 3 feet, Cawthon? Okay, it's 3 feet. So what happens is the building code requires 3 feet as access to the entry to a dwelling unit. So that's the law.
Okay, it wasn't clear from the drawings that was the case. But so you're okay with that?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
All right.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the survey plan.
The survey shows the existing bungalow, though.
Yeah.
And it's in a different location. It's to be demolished, so it'll be misleading.
Okay, well, I'll take your word for the fact that you've got unimpeded access to that entry point without having to walk on 13, even though it's owned by the same owner. That's irrelevant.
That's correct. That is irrelevant. And perhaps the confusion is when I say that I've got a south side yard setback of 0.3, that's at the upper floor levels, not at the ground floor level. The building overhangs a little bit towards the south.
So at the ground floor level, the setback is more than...
So the ground floor level would be the 0.3, and then as you walk in, the upper floor cantilevers over, right, to sort of make the entries, it's sort of like having a canopy above you.
Right.
But basically, it's the upper one that's 0.3, but the ground floor it's the upper one that's 0.3, and the ground floor is 0.9.
Oh, so you've got almost a meter.
Yes, yeah. There you go. Sorry, I'm muddling my
And the
numbers.
building code requires a meter?
You got it.
But you said 0.9.
0.9 is 0.9 of a meter, or 0.9 is, they require 3 feet. It's around there somewhere. I always work in Imperial for these things, but it's basically 3 feet.
Okay, so you comply with building code, is what
Yes,
you're
yes,
saying.
that's correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else? Nazila?
I just, through you, Mr. Chair, just want to clarify the variance number 4. So the agent mentioned that he want to eliminate it or not?
I would like to not, because I've made the drawings and the owners made their plans. I was simply saying, you know what it's like with a building. That's, when I explained about the deck, that's something that can be changed, it can be agreed to today on the fly, and it doesn't change the building fundamentally, if you get what I mean. So I don't want to do it, but if it became some condition of an approval, it would be a condition I would highly recommend the owner accepting, if that makes sense.
So just to be clear, it's not actually a rooftop deck, is it?
Yeah.
Sorry, it's on top of the
Yes, but what happens
third story?
if we bring up the side elevation, it'll be, Gotham, you've got to sit down. Just sit down, okay? If you just bring up the side elevation, yeah. The way, keep going. There. The zoning bylaw sets a maximum building height. Let's say it's 11 meters in this case.
Right.
But they also, as you're well aware, they have maximum main wall height regulations. What they did when they created the fourplex zoning bylaws, they said, look, there's a maximum building height, let's say of 11, but you know what? Your maximum main wall is 8. But if above 8 meters, if you set the front and back walls in 1.5 meters, good things happen. We ameliorate the boxiness at the front and back of the building for our planning purposes, but also you create outdoor space which helps with a certain building code regulation that has to do with bedrooms on the 3rd floor needing outdoor areas and stuff. So, but that's setting in. So fundamentally the building becomes this kind of stack of shoe boxes really, but the top shoe box is set in at the back and front. So in fact, there is a flat roof over the 2nd floor level that you can step out onto from the 3rd.
That's fine. So that's what I'm trying to clarify, because when we think of rooftop terraces, we think of something.
With a penthouse and all that madness? No, it's nothing like
We're
that.
talking about these areas here.
Correct,
Okay.
yeah.
That's just wanted to be clear.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's not a penthouse or some weird mechanical room come recreational facility. It's
Okay.
It's
All right. Any further questions? Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Sure.
Take this into committee. Any thoughts or observations? Gary, you asked the question about terrace. Frankly, I'm fine with those being there. I don't think you have to remove them, but maybe screening's not a bad idea.
All right, there's been a very good discussion. I'll move that we approve.
Does anyone else have any comments before Gary makes a motion?
Sure, I think that, I think it merits a bit of discussion, just given especially that the neighbors have come. And I think that what's being proposed is really good. I think, I understand the concerns of the neighbors to the north, and this is going to be an impact on their lives, but I think that this is the kind of built form that the city is looking for, and I think that's a positive thing. I agree. I think that the slightly larger decks are a positive thing for these units. I think that that gives some at least more usable outdoor space for them. I know planning has concerns about the south side yard setback, but I think that the fact that it's cantilevered and you have that clear 0.91 meters on the first floor makes a difference. And I would also note that it's even the upper floors now are an improvement in terms of setbacks over what's existing. So I think there has been thought put into this proposal, and I do think it's supportable.
Okay. Anyone else?
Through
Okay,
you,
Gary,
Mr.
if you want.
Chair, sorry. For variance number 4, do we want to include some wording that it's above the second story, like the area of the
Yeah,
third
'cause
floor front.
that's what
or
confused me,
Does the
yeah.
committee consider tying to the elevation plans so it's shown? Just because it is an issue that came up, so just putting it
Agreed.
up.
I think the front, maybe the front and rear elevation.
I
would be
think
good
that
to
should
have.
do it.
And the site plan, maybe, just for certainty?
Sure. Yeah,
So
I think
site
that
plan
clarifies,
does.
because again, when we say rooftop deck, it sometimes can be a little bit confusing as to what it actually is. So I think that's a good suggestion, Sabrina. Okay, Gary, do you want to go back to your motion?
Yes, all right. I'll move a motion to approve the red-lined variances.
Amended variances?
Yes, amended variances in 1 and 3. And then, all right, I've heard, with respect to 4, then, I'm prepared to leave the size, but I'll ask that there be appropriate screening, and we're tying it to what, a front yard elevation?
So screening on the north and south sides?
That would work, yeah.
Okay. And we'll tie it to the, what did you say, Peter? We want the side elevations?
I think the front, either the front or the rear. I don't think it really matters. But
Okay.
I would say site plan and the front elevation.
Front elevation, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, and through you, Mr. Chair, the screening is just for the third story areas, or is it for all deck areas at the front and rear on the levels?
What do you want, Gary?
I would suggest that there not be screening in the front. I think just because it's more of a public space. But the rear, I think, makes sense.
So all decks at the rear then?
All right. Good. All right.
Okay.
I'll be amended in that
Are
way.
you okay with that, Gary?
I am. I see no urban forestry conditions, so subject to those.
There is a Metrolinx advisory report, which does require the applicant to submit an application. So I don't know whether that, Sabrina, I'm always get confused
Through you,
about
Mr. Chair, when
Metrolinx.
it's advisory,
You'd leave it alone?
Yeah.
Okay.
We had that a couple of meetings ago, and we took it as advisory.
Yeah, I just never,
Saying-
I'm always confused by
It
Metrolinx.
is, sorry.
All right, so
Okay.
we have a very clear motion from Mr. McKay. Do I have a seconder? Peter? So seconded by Mr. Reed, all in favor? You have approval of that applicant. Sabrina, did you get all that?
Thank you.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, we are going to take a lunch break right now. We're back at 2 o'clock.
Internet thing. Oh, okay, that's why. Yeah, my internet got can't. Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Members, please turn off your videos, microphones. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.